Hello, everyone! I have finally escaped PNG jail. Yippee! So, I still have a creaky ass chair, but weh. But I am finally. So, for those who were here last week, when I was, doing this, y'all probably knew that, like, less than half an hour in, my webcam kind of like imploded. And now I have a fresh new Logitech webcam. It has speakers, but those are not really useful for my purposes. But we also have an itty bitty calico. He's in the window. And another is on my bed. And I just took my Adderall. Down. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and get started on some rendering for Cater Diamond. So I'm gonna quickly yoink this. I'm gonna start off with the eyes, I think. And that is good shade color. Pretty quickly yoink. Wait, maybe not Sabado. Hey, Meepin. Damn cat is meowing so much. Right? So something I might do here is probably like add the tongue. Maybe. Likely. And I have yet to actually add the, full rendering into this because, you know, I am doing that right now. That was not meant to be. That was not meant to happen. And this is like the main shading that I'll be doing for this. I will eventually add a separate hair shade. Do this. But yeah. Tap in this color. That. Yo, quimp. So let me pick her. Real quim. And now, time for the magic. That is hair shade. So this is slowly but surely coming together. But yeah. Also, I will eventually turn down the opacity on the shading, so it's not gonna look too jarring. Yeah, I really like this brush. Currently one of my favorite brushes used for rendering hair. I think I remember I first used it on the stream a while ago and I was just like, ooh, I like this. I like this brush. So, empty snore. I might not hear her snore, but I do. She's sleepy. She's also flicking her tail. What is it, Sabu? Yeah, I know. What is it? My little girl. My little old lady. Oops. Ew. I'm gonna turn off the shade layer real quick. And that's so I can do this. Also, when I was in the living room earlier, my brother commented on the sheer amount of plushies that have taken over the living room. Because I also gave him some plushies, and he's just like, I don't have anywhere to put them right now because he's waiting for his foliage shelves to be installed. Yeah, I know. She is leaving. Like, I'm sick of this. I am leaving the situation. Goodbye. I need to grab a older piece. That is the shade. Oops. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. There we go. Is that the... Yeah, that is the correct color. I gotta bring back the cater image again.
Apple, you wanna leave? No abandoning me. I have released the itty bitty old lady.
Hmm. People still look a little wonky for me, but that'll be fine.
So hello, Glenn Paneer. Hello, indeed. I hope you're doing well.
I hope you're surviving either the heat or the cold as well as you're currently able to. Alright. I'm doing quite well. I'm currently rendering a thing. I'm making fanfic headers. Surviving to stay alive. Yes.
But yeah.
Right now I'm working on fanfic headers because I noticed a bunch of people in the Twisted Wonderland fandom on Tumblr, for those who, write fanfics. They have,
Hello there.
Also, thank you for the photo.
I noticed a lot of them, have, headers that they use to signify which character they are writing for. And I thought maybe I should do one of those, but with my own art. Tumblr, TUMBLR. It's a blogging website. We affectionately refer to it as a hell site. No, hell site affectionate. Because of all the stuff that tends to happen with Tumblr. But it tends to be used a bit as a social media. I've been on Tumblr for like half a decade at this point. And there are some things that have happened on Tumblr that have been kind of controversial, like, the whole bone stealing in witches that happened at least twice.
You like my art, by the way? I'm glad you do.
So it's like Twitter? No, not at all. Not like Twitter. The only thing they really have in common is that they are both kind of social media, but Tumblr, his original, it's way worse. No, it's... The one thing good about Tumblr is that it doesn't have Elon Musk. Yeah. Doesn't have Elon Musk, yeah. Yeah, basically, if I were to describe Tumblr, it originally started off as a blogging website, but eventually it kind of evolved into sort of a pseudo-social media site. So it is kind of a social media site, but not exactly. It doesn't have a lot of specific things that some social media sites have. But I feel like it's infinitely better than other social media. But that's because it's the one kind of website / app I go to that, other than Pinterest, frequently. Which I'll probably explain it after ads, and I'll kind of explain how Tumblr works once, ads are over. But yeah. So once ads are over, I'll explain more in detail about Tumblr. Because there is quite a bit to the Tumblr. that most people don't really know about. Don't want to disturb me at my work. I can always yap about Tumblr and draw, do the rendering at the same time. That is something I can do. It's what I do frequently. I tend to yap as I draw.
I'm gonna get up and stretch and give some attention to a kitty cat. There's only one in my room right now, and it is Magda.
What kind of emote is that?
It's fucking Leon Kennedy!
Odd.
Magda has received her scrim scrunch.
Is the only cat in my room now that I can purchase to. Because the other one abandoned me. Already 1 a.m. Ah! It appears you are in the East Hemisphere. Yes, it is.
I'll give her the southeast, to be exact. I see. Give her her cinch.
Anyway, back to match. So, allow me to explain Tumblr. Tumblr, by its most basic definition, is a platform where you can blog. You can make blogs about certain subjects. You can even have side blogs for other subjects as well. Oh, for me, as an example, I have my main blog and my writing blog, which is where I tend to post my fanfiction. And one of the big things about Tumblr that most people don't realize is that there is no algorithm in the traditional sense. In order to get you basically have to curate your own algorithm. Basically, the thing that shows you posts and stuff. There isn't really anything like that. The main thing, the way you curate your feed is through following blogs and following specific tags. And one of the things about tags on Tumblr is that you are allowed to have spaces in between. And there's also a specifically coded comma. So for tags, how you can use, because a regular comma just makes it so that there's a different tag. But that's basically the big thing about Tumblr. You curate your own feed. You control what you can see. You can even block certain tags if you don't want to see certain things on your dashboard. Tumblr is a strict app? Not really. I don't think it's like super strict. So it is possible to accidentally get a mature content filter on certain things. Like, you know, a cat that is bald. Wanna try using Tumblr? First, you have to know how to spell it correctly. You remove the E. Just know that people tend to sort of post funky things on there. That is normal full Tumblr behavior. Or we are kind of known for our weird posts. It spits out the E. Gosh, so embarrassing. And it's understandable. A lot of people who aren't familiar with, you know, Tumblr probably make the same mistake as well. It's an understandable mistake to make. Also, I need to grab another color. Gotta grab that. Yeah, don't worry about accidentally making typos when it comes to, you know, Tumblr. Some people might not know, some people like you might not know what it is and accidentally misspell it with the word they know that it is from. Just know that it's perfectly understandable. But, yeah. Is, you know, the main thing about, you know, yeah, basically, TLDR, Tumblr is a blogging website. That is, its main function is as a blogging website, but it has slowly turned into a social media over time, without technically being an official social media. So now I'm going to grab the shade colors. I am first let me some of the mistakes in the line art. The most egregious stickies. Also, there is something else about Tumblr. That there's kind of like a secret, like, there's a bunch of iconic memes that originate from Tumblr, and people on Twitter tend to, like, steal those posts. You know, the shorter ones that can't fit within the word limit of Twitter. They just don't even mention that it was just, they are just committing plagiarism for the sake of internet points. So we know. because you are stealing from our website and pretending we are dead. While Tumblr is still very much alive. Still at work? Aha, I see. Probably best to focus on that. But I'm gonna continue working on this. And once I'm done with the line color, I can reduce the opacity of the shade layer to what the opacity it is meant to be. So let's I just meant to yoink the shade. Yeah. So something I've been playing quite a lot of recently is Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. I've been playing it quite a bit. An episode that I made like 13 Miis in total. And my island is at like level 120 something. So, yeah. So let me have opacity at that. And then that shall be at 60%. No, I'll put it at 50% as well. Father gave me a milkshake. Oh boy, I have acquired a milkshake from Father. Certainly a way to combat the weather. Milkshake. Okay. So, I might start the intermission a little early. Because I think I need to go use the bathroom. To at least blur some of the, dating over here before I do that. Because, yeah. I have received a kitty. Anyway, here's the current progress. This. And I am gonna go use the bathroom. Because I need to. I'll start the intermission a little early because of that. I'll see y'all in a few minutes.
Alright, I'm back. Oh boy, update available for Water Fox. How you doing, Sapo Wapo? Yeah. Maybe sometime this week or next week I'll be able to make my new riser with my dad. Yeah. It took quite a bit of time out of my stream. But honestly, eh. Oh, Rena found her toy. Got your little mouse toy? Zoop. He's being a very goofy calico. I'm gonna grab this, make it a little more redder, and make it darker. And bada bing bada boom, we have a lip color. Now let's grab this for the pearly white, known as the teeth. Also, random trivia about me. I have a tendency to forget that people actually have upper canines because I don't. Yes! Streamer you are currently watching, in whatever form you are watching, does not have her upper canines. They had to be removed over a decade ago. I know! What shocking information! Which, for those who wonder why I don't have my upper canines, I had a cleft palate. Well, when I was born. No, not cleft palate, cleft lip. It was down to the bone. And it affected one of my canine teeth and made it half the width it was meant to be. And my canine teeth were also blocking some other, teeth from coming in, so it had to get removed. Simple as that. Big shippy. So, I'm gonna go put my water bottle away because I have my milkshake. Minter. Oh, wait. For now, I need to go get the outlines out. Which is a pretty simple process. Or at least relatively simple. So first we invert the selected area. And we expand this by 10. And then we grab the first color, which is this gold. Then we fill. We expand it by 10 again. That's going to be the second outline, and then we fill it once again. And bada bing bada boom! So now let's get the rest of the things out. From here, you can see that this is very close to actually being done. The last thing I really need to do is add highlights. So that is going to be an add glow. So we add that, then we blur. And we add this again. And you can see the eyes are now full of more life. I'm also going to add this little teardrop. And I'm just gonna do that. Now we go on to the hair. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I am starting off with the big shapes, like the general placement of where all of these are gonna go. This will also include the areas like that. So this is gonna be a little tutorial on how I do my highlights for the hair. So let's put that over here as well. So this is how the highlights start off. As you can see, they don't exactly look the best. They're pretty blocky. And this is... First thing I do is I start erasing parts that will be the individual highlights. Of course, that highly depends on where the highlights go. But I tried to make some kind of like squarish shape. And back when I first started doing this, I would kind of like just do the squares and just do the blur, but there is an additional step I started doing. I make these little half circle shapes. I erase that. I do this before I start the blur. And I feel like this adds a bit more dimension to the highlights. And for extra detail, you can possibly have some extra shading that kind of like goes like that. But I'm right now just going to do the highlights. And something else I'm going to do once I'm done with the highlights is I'm going to add a rim light. And that's basically a light that goes on the rim of something. So like be around here. So I probably do need to eventually make a brush for my highlights. Because making these highlights can be pretty tedious. It is a process. But it's a process that I like to do. Also, if the highlights are not looking like you want them to, you can always add a bit of the color you are currently using for the highlight. And in my case, the color is actually the same as the base color for the hair. I'm just using the Add Glow layer in order to make it look like this. Because I like the way that it looks. And it's, you know, completed. To just get the last stragglers. There. And of course, you could always make these shapes just by drawing the shape out. I just prefer doing the blocking and then the shape, the erasing sections out, and then erasing to define the shape, because I feel like that is easier for me to do. Now, you use a relatively small blur. The radius of the blur will highly depend on both how much you want this to be blurred and how big the shapes are. Smaller shapes will generally require less of the blur tool.
And bigger shapes will require a higher radius. That, or you can always use a Gaussian blur for mode in the filters. But because I also have, you know, this and that, technically, yeah, I just do this manually. Yeah, hopefully people will enjoy the, you know, in here. Now we gotta reduce the opacity. And look at that! Now we gotta make a second. And this is going to be the rim light that I referred to earlier. I don't know how saturated this is gonna be. Like how much opacity this is going to have. This is sort of an extra detail I like adding nowadays. Because it adds extra detail that I kinda like. That I like to have. And eventually I will blur the rim light as well. This rim light kind of like goes on the border. Like this. That. Also add some of the rim light over here as well. Now I do know that for those who actually know the designs, now know that over here there is a diamond design. I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm just not gonna do it. Now make the size of this larger just so I don't have to do as much.
And of course, once I am finished with this for the day, I will likely end up going back to, work more on it. I like the principle of I would see what else I can do with this. Make it really feel done. So see what I can experiment with. Also, I will eventually be selling these as header packs on VGen for about $5 US. But I think I can consider Hater done for now. So I'm gonna take a little break. Have more of my milkshake. Now I can cross that out of the to-do list. There is something else I plan on doing. For the end of stream, and that's for what is gonna be happening next month. Write-a-thon. That's the fun is. Just me out how to my train sprints for the next 2 months a little more engaging, because between June and July I plan on my novel. And I have all of the outlines done. That's why I currently have all the outlines. And now all I have to do is write the actual draft. I want to try and get the draft done before my semester begins. So I thought, you know what? Maybe doing in half stream, like 2 months between my writing and then half an hour of like gaming, and occasionally have a break to do art. Would probably be a good idea to do. Yeah, I don't know. It would be a good idea. I also have incentives and rewards and stuff. For example, the top contributor gets a free rendered piece from me of a character they choose. Reasonable. Though I feel kind of bad doing it around this time because the streamer I like watching is doing his subathon right now. I'm just like, eh. I reached affiliate almost a year ago. My affiliate anniversary is coming up in a few months. I think it might be a good idea to you know, do something with that. Because if I am going to be writing my novel, at least the first draft of it, for literally 2 months straight, I might as well try and make it a little entertaining. No? I might as well try and add incentives for people to actually watch me make progress on my novel. Which I actually started developing the story nearly 3 years ago, actually. It's been 2.5 years since I started, the concept. Originally, the protagonist and some of the other characters. 2 other characters were based off, biomes in Terraria. So the 2 evil biomes and the hollow. But I thought... But now, I have, possibly about 30 or more chapters of a story. Word count is undetermined. It is literally just the fucking, it's mostly just outlines right now. Originally, I was just straight up writing the novel chapters, but those take 2 streams in total of writing to do, possibly even more depending on the length. And of course, I need to figure out how to lengthen certain chapters. And some of the chapters might need to be combined after for the first draft for the second draft. Of course, there are other ways I plan on increasing the word count. Because I plan on having kind of a glossary page. Like, part of the, part of the book, around the beginning of the book, is going to be, a glossary or / dictionary of definitions and stuff. Categorized into certain topics. Like, places, pantheon, and, words that actually exist in real life, but that my viewers might not know unless they are, Scandinavian, and have actually spent a good amount of time in Scandinavia, in countries like Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, Denmark, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, or even Finland. If you are not from those regions, you might not know some of the words and things I'm going to have in the story, so that's where those will be. So if the reader is like, oh, what is this saying? For example, what is left say? They can turn to the beginning of the book, or around the first 20 pages, And then they could see, oh, it's kind of like a tortilla. Like a flour tortilla. I should probably mention to anyone, any Norwegians in my audience who are offended that I am comparing lipstick to tortilla, is just like, tortilla is what most Americans know. So it's easier for them to visualize what a lipstick is if I compare it to something that they likely know of. You know, like tortillas. Like flour tortillas. You know? Of course, that is going to be stuff for the second draft where I try and add more of the world building aspect to it. And of course, I might need to add some filler content in order to lengthen certain chapters where the protagonist is going off on different jobs or, you know, investigating paranormal phenomenon. And some of them are probably just going to be not even paranormal shenanigans. I might have one where it's like the protagonist, because she, you know, was raised by the clergy, she is familiar with instruments like organs and harpsichords and pianos. And she goes to a job where the person calling is like, I think our piano is haunted. Then she plays it and she's just like, when's the last time you got this tuned? And then she recommends the person that does the tuning for the organs is in her church. It isn't. I call it a church, but it's not Christian at all. Christianity does not exist in this story because it's not even in our actual world. Every location is fictional, but some of them are named after places that exist. And I might change some of the names to be locations where some of my family came from. One of the places is actually named after the place where a lot of my dad's side of the family came from when they immigrated to the United States. It's something that I might have to go and consult Reddit. I'll have to consult the Europeans of Reddit for certain things, because I am, for those who do not know this, if it isn't obvious already, I am heavily American. I was born and raised in the United States. The only country I've been into outside of that is Canada. I have yet to leave the mainland continent to go anywhere else. So, the knowledge I have of the things I want to implement in my story from different places I will inherently be lacking in the experience with those things that someone actually from those areas who were born and raised there will have. And also because I'm going to try and do a bunch of world building. And of course, if there is anyone in my audience who is like, hey, I am from these places, is I can give you information about the things you want to try and figure out how to implement in your story. Yeah, I am perfectly okay with that. If you want to do that, my DMs on Discord are open. Even if it's information I will likely not end up implementing in the story. Here, like the current one I'm writing, I have multiple stories that I plan on writing in the future. And I can possibly figure out a way to implement that into a future story. Also, might be biased because I feel like writing can be a way to, immerse yourself in things you may never have learned about if you never write, like, creatively. Like, learning about certain things can be pretty, you might not learn about certain things if you don't do something that makes you think, I wonder what this thing is or how this thing works. Like, as an example, around the time I was writing the second arc, so the current state of the second arc, that is, I did not know what kind of cars that Europeans use, or like what kind of cars are common in Europe that can hold a bunch of people. But there was a person in my audience who is European, and they informed me that about the kind of car that they use over there, and what it is often called, at least in their part of Europe. I actually still have the screenshot, I think, of what it is called, because I remember they said it was a brake car. Like, it was called a brake car. So my downloads folder is super messy. I need to eventually switch all of these. I need to move some of these all over. Some of these things I downloaded back in like 2022. So there's a series of screenshots I did of a character I was making outfits for. The file names are all references to a fucking meme. And I also need to clear up some of the file names for my I reference this folder. Because, especially in my Transformers folder, a lot of the names are just random. Just bunch of random numbers and letters, underscores. And especially if I want to continue plushifying the Transformers, I'm gonna have to clean the whole. Gonna have to clean up all of this. So let me make sure to group the playlist as well. But I am gonna go ahead and let me go and grab some of my art. But I'm probably also going to make a simplified version of my current VTuber model that I'm right now. Like, try and figure out how I can simplify all the colors in the hair. Because, especially if I want to commission a model in the future, I want to try and have a simplified version of my OC's design. For all of the, things. Which, if I open this out, y'all can probably see how complicated my design is. Becky, did you lose your toy? Hold on, I think she lost her toy. I'll have a simplified version of Ashlyn. Yeah. Actually, I will make a simplified version of my VTuber's design. Which, the next character I'm making for my, VTubing escapades, her hair is much more simple in terms of where all the colors are compared to this. Which I really don't want to show any of it though, so I can't really show anything just yet. But I am gonna go get a gesture out of the way. Maybe? Wait. Hello? Okay, it's working now. So now I gotta go ahead and got the gesture. Eh. So I'm gonna save this into my YouTuber stuff. Write-a-thon icon. So I don't know how much of this I'm going to be writing. I mean, not writing, drawing. But it's going to be at least a gesture and a sketch. So, gesture is done. Now I am going to reduce the opacity by that much. So I accidentally forgetting to I had to switch to a different, color mode for an assignment, and I keep forgetting to switch it back when I start making new documents. So I'm going to sketch this all out. The reason I'm making these circles where the arm connects to the shoulder pretty big is because, you know, I have a good amount of fat on my upper arm. I want to try and you know, I just do that. So, is there a kitty crying at my door? Guys. In a few minutes, I'm gonna start on the next intermission. And once that happens, I'm probably gonna switch to one of the other headers. Oh, maybe, I don't know. I might need to take a picture of my keyboard for this. Like grab a 3D reference. Go here. Also, I'd like to mention that the hairstyle for Ashlyn here is no longer that, like in terms of length and stuff, it's no longer all that accurate because I literally did a big chop like nearly a month ago. Now it's gonna take a long time for my hair to grow back. I don't know how long it'll take my hair before it is able to reach, you know, past my shoulder and stuff.
It'll probably take like a few months.
My mom told me that, after, like, sometime around the time I was, thinking about it. I think it was after I did cut it all off. That it was gonna take years for it to grow back. And we were just like, eh. It's hair, it's gonna grow back eventually. And yeah, my hair was pretty long when I, chopped it off. But honestly, I think it's good to try and experiment with my hair a little bit. And the purpose, I mainly did it because of a cosplay I wanted to do. That's literally the main reason why I chopped my hair off anyway. Is because I wanted to do a Fallon cosplay. And I ended up not being recognized as a Fallon cosplayer. Not even by someone who, was literally holding a Fallon print. But to be fair, I was, sitting down. All that. Yeah. There's, a big plan. What was I even talking about? Eventually it's gonna take a while for my hair to grow back to the length it was before I did the big chop. But it has grown quite a bit. Since I, did the big chop. I don't know how long it's gonna take until it's, back to its original length. But it is gonna take a while. Anyway, intermission is gonna start in a minute. So ads are starting in about a minute, so I'm gonna start the intermission. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. I'm back. Hey, body nyang. So, I'm not gonna. I don't know if I'm going to continue working on the Python icon just yet. But I think I'm actually going to at least finish this sketch. Outside go Bjerk Bjerk. Also, over the weekend, my next door neighbor, finally came back. And according to him, apparently, as soon as some of the other people on the ship with him, left the ship, they immediately went to the convention that I went to. This weekend. But yeah. Yes, I know the hands look a little weird, but honestly, bleh. I honestly do find it can be a funny juxtaposition of, a relatively chibi character, but then, oops, realism. Or, like, the hand and stuff. I don't think I'm gonna do the little kitty face at all. Maybe, I don't know. I am gonna try and remember to do the... curlies, the hairs. So first we gotta simplify that. I'm gonna finish this sketch to the best of my ability. Number. Or? Hello, Metal! Well, I hope you're doing well. Hopefully your connection issues have subsided. And that you were able to retain your streak. And right now I'm just doing a sketch thing. I'll have that fly. I will do that fly away. And right now I'm just doing this little sketch for the write-a-thon icon. Because I'm doing that from June to July. Literally going to be consuming those 2 entire months. From when it starts to when it ends. So it is not going to be an everyday thing. It will be happening on the weekdays. And the weekends I'll be using that to recover. So from streaming. Now I'm gonna go do like this. I'm gonna click back to my word. Sketch is done, I believe. I think I'm gonna go get my water. I'll be back. I have a milk that is done. there. Yeah. So, with the sketch for that done, I think I'm going to go back to something else. Beep. Alright. And I'm gonna do line up produce over here. Have the opacity for that real low. Probably also grab his reference. And for those who were here last time who noticed that he looks a little different now, like especially in his head, that's because I grabbed a reference from the animation to redo his face because I wasn't fully satisfied with it. I'm gonna delete that. And let me see if I can make this. And let me actually grab my line art and your laptop might have something against me. Possibly. Oh, that could be the case. Actually, hold on. Yeah, the reason you might have issues with the, the stream is your bandwidth. So I gave you a quick link to a speed test, which Checks your broadband connection. Because depending on what the issue could be, that could be the problem you are facing, is your bandwidth is not the best. Right. The Streamlabs chat finally updated. Delay. Okay, you can test that for your, internet speed. Because if it isn't an issue, because if you figure out, if you figure out all the possible ways it could be a user problem, then it could be an issue with your internet provider. Always check to make sure it is the provider, or in case you are not able to fix the issue on your own. Because it could always be the company you get your internet from. Usually I do use Ethernet, so I don't have to be, connected to the Wi-Fi for my streams. Which I was using just Wi-Fi for the connection for my streams to happen on for a while. And I don't recommend that. If you are, thinking of doing streaming stuff, try and invest in setting up some Ethernet. Because, Ethernet is, wired, and therefore can be faster. It appears that all of my kitties wish to abandon me. I am losing kitties every single day. Like 30 degrees Celsius. Country that uses Fahrenheit. 9 degrees. And I'm right next to a window, but also right next to the heater. And right now I'm doing the hair on a separate layer. So as a precaution. Always good to take precaution. So this is the current state of the line art. Refine it and thicken it a little bit around the, head. Just merge those down. Also, ad break is starting soon. I'm gonna finish sticking up these lines. Then once the ad break is done, I might go back to the write-a-thon thing, because that is a bit more important right now. But yeah. Anyway, ads have started. Go ahead and finish on some of these lines over here. Because grind, honestly, it just does not stop. Likely never will. Especially if I'm making this my career. Just gonna make a solid black line for his eyebrows. Let there we go. So now Deuce, line art for Deuce is done. Not really sure what I'll do next. I know I need to do Ace. Specifically, you know, his rendering. I'm not really sure how I'll do that. Trigger. Good. Anyway, welcome back from Mad. I'm actually gonna start doing the liner for the write-a-thon thing. Also some of the color. Yeah. Eh. No? We'll go to sleep now? Alright, I hope you have a good sleep. Night sweet dreams, you as well. Right? So I don't know what I'm going to do exactly with the desk line, but I'm probably going to use it as a way to make sure everything, looks correct. Yeah. One of the things I plan on doing for the Write-a-thon, since I'm, working on this, is depending on what goals are reached, I might have y'all vote on the next story I write the draft for. Or like, at least an outline for. Because I have a bunch of stories that I have to write. Or that I want to write. But I need to figure out which ones I want to do first. Yeah. I think I'll make a simplified version of the design for here. So I don't have to bother too much with all of the details. And all that stuff. So like, try and figure out how I can simplify this without, being the hair unrecognizable as Ashlyn. I try and make the parts chunkier. All that. Yeah. Alright. Hello, Fubuki! You're new here? Welcome! Hopefully you enjoy your stay in my stream. You're 15. You can't. That would be against the rules. I'm sorry, but you must be... Your birthday is in August? Sorry, but if you... Even if you are, you know, under... Even if your birthday would be tomorrow, I'd still have to ban you. You can, yeah. Fortunately, there is a reason my... Even if it was tomorrow, yeah. Unfortunately, that's kind of like how the rules are. You can appeal your ban once you are actually 16. Anyway. So, and... This... Tangent. I don't like that. That has to be... No. And the hand done. Let's see how the rest of kindness. Right, now we gotta reduce the opacity of this. We can correct parts of the lines. I'm also going to duplicate this layer. And this is for that. Make sure no lines are accidentally intersecting that are not meant to be. Of course, I still need to do the whole desk part. I think right now I should be good. But mine is done. Oops. And that is most of the color done. So I'm gonna start the intermission. And I'll close this so I don't accidentally add extra minutes to it. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I'm gonna go ahead and see currently working on the write-a-thon icon thing. As y'all can see, I'm choosing to simplify the art over here. Because, I just feel like I'd rather be, you know, more simple looking. Yeah. Let's see, doing this. For anyone wondering why this isn't accurate to the model, it's because I'm trying to test a simplification of my design. Because my current design is pretty complicated. And obviously, if I'm ever to commission someone, they probably don't want to deal with drawing such complex hair. You know, especially the hair. So I'm making a simplified version of my design. The likelihood of this being used for anything much other than things I commission from others, pretty low. But it is a possibility nonetheless. In fact, I might use this for the emotes from now on. Because it's, you know, a little more simple. And, you know, I don't want to make anything too complicated for, you know, the artists who I commission. You know, I don't want to make their jobs harder than it already is.
But yeah, I'm just doing this so that everything, you know, looks as nice as it possibly can. Of course, there's a kitty. Had her walling his heart out. None of us ever know what he wants. Yeah. Go ahead and start off with some of the line color for the shirt. Yeah. So eventually I might like along with the, you know, goal where so if that goal is reached in the write-a-thon for, you know, the poll for y'all to pick out what the story I'll write next, I'll probably also do some of the character designs. At least for some of the main characters of the story. There's one of them that I renamed from a different one. It's now called Patina. And I'll figure out how to connect that, the title of it, to the story somehow. So like how people change over time or something like that. And as, you know, they interact with people. And some stuff like that. The previous title of it was The Heroes That Have Lost Their Way. I'm not fully sure if I'm actually gonna keep the hero things. So the superhero aspect of it. I'll probably figure that out once I get around to, you know, setting everything up for it. I have to go deep into my Google Docs as well. In order to find the documents I'm gonna need. Some of the world building I have made for that series. And it's actually connected to an older story I was writing back in high school. Like during my freshman year. They're kind of like in the... They kind of have the similar concepts of, you know, fighting monsters based off that, you know, are fueled by, you know, the metaphorical corruption that happens when the wrong people are in power. Or, you know, people are exploiting the power they have. And that manifests in these giant kaiju monsters that magical girls then fight. Like the protagonist. But instead of the characters being in like middle or high school, well, you know, the magical girls, they're in college instead. There are various other fantastical, like low fantasy aspects to the story. But those are kind of like the main things. There's, you know, magical girls and big kaijus that are literal manifestations of, you know, political corruption and stuff. But yeah. But yeah. I'm gonna keep the rendering for this simple as well, I think. So I'm probably just gonna do some basic shading, highlights, maybe a rim light But I'm not going to do a lot of blurring. In this. No. I just want to make sure I have something. Yeah. Not gonna do the fancy, not gonna use the pen that I usually use for my rendering. I'm just gonna keep this relatively simple. As simple as I can make it. But yeah. I'll do for that whole shebang.
Right? So I think I'm just gonna do this for, you know, all the shading. Yeah, not gonna be too much detail for all this. I'm not gonna do much. Don't think I'm gonna do any blurs or anything, cause you know, even though I have been playing this subathon, been playing the Rayathon for a while, but I haven't really done too much in terms of logistics. Like, you know, actually making the things for it other than the document. Alright. Now, I think this can be considered done. Yes, I think. Anyway. I'm gonna make the color of the desk. Make it this purple. So that then that. But yeah. I'll have to figure out how to do the keyboard later. I'll probably work on that tomorrow. Well, because, I won't be streaming that day, and I can work on the rest of the things I need to do on that day. But yeah. Just let me prepare everything for Lorraine and Deuce. Back from ads. So, work on doing the color for Deuce Spade before I end stream. I would work more on the, Python icon that I was making. But I think I should probably start working on him. Way?
gaps. Alright. That is mostly done. Just fill in the gaps. So the color is done. And I'm gonna go do the two outlines now. There we go. Now the outline is, it appears I have accidentally done a bit of an oopsie daisy. I forgot that. But this is what he currently looks like right now. I'm gonna do a little bit of shading as well. No, just a little bit. Keep pressing Windows instead of Control. Also, I will be back in PNG jail tomorrow because, no, not tomorrow, Friday, because I'll be playing Skyrim. Skyrim hates the tracking software, so I'll have to be in PNG jail for the duration of the stream. I think this looks pretty nice. so far. Also, need to do this. So, I don't know how long it's gonna take me in order to finish this. I know I definitely won't be able to finish this tonight. Well, I could, but I don't plan on streaming until the end of the night. I wanna have my rest of my evening to myself. Ideally. Yeah. Also gonna add his pupil. Do that. Yeah, I'm really liking this color for the shade.
that thing. But yeah. I think I'm gonna add a little more shade there. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for now. Just add a little bit of extra ink to the collarbone. That is a lot of rendering around the collarbone, but there's a bunch of detail on the collarbone here as well, so I'm just following the reference. I'm doing the line color on a separate layer for this time for these because I just do. Yeah. Stream is almost over. Means I'll have to end pretty soon. I just realized that all of these are not where they are meant to be. Turns out I also messed it up over there as well. Well. Let me just... Correct? There we go. There we go. Uh... And there we go. Wait. Add. Where is it? I think he made some pretty good progress on him. So I'll delete these. And I'll go ahead and explain what I'll be doing for the rest of this week. So tomorrow I will not be live at all. Because I have physical therapy. It's on Thursdays. And the times that my PT usually happens tends to collide with my stream times. Usually when I'm home from PT, I tend to be pretty exhausted from it, so I usually end up not being in the mood to stream. So because of that, I won't be live tomorrow. I will, however, be using that day as a time to finish up the write-a-thon icon. You know, probably try and finish the headers that I have yet to do because it's just deuce and ace. Probably try and work more on my next model. But then Friday is gonna be Skyrim. Because that's what I put in the schedule. But yeah. That is my main plan for the streams for the rest of the week. Next week is going to be the last week before Write-a-thon. I don't know how many days I'll actually be streaming, but I will try my best to work on the Write-a-thon stuff over the weekend so that I can then announce it on Blue Sky and the Discord before June begins. So I'll be seeing y'all on Friday. Bye, y'all!